Hello? Hey! Ow! Welcome. You clicked on a button and it brought you here. I didn't make you do it. You did it. Thanks for showing up, though. I wasn't able to show up yesterday, but we'll talk about that in a minute. This is Periwinkle Palace Arts, my little place on the internet. It's a sometimes magical world. I'm Princess Bun Bun. I'm here with my bunnies. We do art stuff here. And today, we're gonna do nails. Because we have to. We'll talk about that too. Anyway. Let's say Helmo. Let's say Helmo. It's like a hello Elmo. I don't. Okay. This is Maya. Everybody knows her already, but we'll just introduce her. This is Maya, and she is my fibromyalgia bunny. And she's the sweetest thing. And she's talking to me. Oh, okay. She told me that she wants to take a nap today while I do the boring part of the nails. She only likes the pretty part. So she's gonna take her nap. So that way she doesn't need to go under the keyboard. She's gonna go over there. You sleepy? Okay. Y'all, she has the cutest eyes. I can't. She's so cute. Okay, darling. I'm getting a weird error. Okay, anyway. And we also have Patches this morning. She always comes with me when I have to do my nails because she is my psoriasis bunny. And yeah. So I do my nails because I have psoriasis. And it's pretty bad. And so the best way to not encounter and endure massive pain is to take care of my nails and my skin cuticles. So I've learned how to do that. And I hate doing it. It's boring. So this is the process. We do the boring part. We get through it. And then we get to do the art part. Now, I've always loved doing nail art. Always. So, that's fun. But the rest of it is just, alright? Anyway, she always comes out to be at the studio when I have to do my nails. And she talks to me and encourages me through the process. So, you're going to go here and watch over the iPad? Okay. Oh, no. You gotta. Okay. This isn't working. I'll make it work. Oh, Maya's gonna help. Hang on. I wish you guys could see this part. Someday, I'll figure out how to have another camera for the bunnies. Just the bunny camera. The fun? That'll be fun. Okay. Time to get serious. We try not to do serious here, okay? I need to real quick take before photos of my nails so that I can try to remember to post it. Right. So I have a time-lapse camera over here that I run for making time lapses so that I can throw them on Instagram. It's just a little hard to retrieve them from this particular device, so that's why I haven't been posting them much, but we'll get to it. I should also mention my sinuses are like, so I'm not feeling great. And a lot of reasons I'm not feeling great today, which is why I didn't make it here yesterday. I slept most of the day, which is not something that I usually do. In fact, I hate sleeping during the day. I feel like it's just wasted time. Like, you only have so many days to live. I don't want to waste a day sleeping. I don't like bedtime either, to be fair. Anyway, my time lapse camera over here would be a great view to set up on there, so you guys could see that as well, because it gives a really close-up view of what I'm doing from the side. The thing is, I can only connect so many phones to OBS. It won't recognize more than 2. So I get the overhead and that one. But I also have the iPad. I have a Logitech Brio up there and this camera. I wish I could just like connect everything and just put little boxes all around on the screen for you, but that'd probably be too busy. Anyway, I do wish that you guys could see the bunnies, but I'm having a little trouble here. I'm very shaky this morning. It's almost unbearable. Let me try to so this is what we do here. I just do art. I show up here every day that I can possibly show up, even on days I don't feel good usually. Just prop the camera on my hand to show you guys how I do art. I think I got it. This hand hurts pretty bad right now because I don't know what I did to it yesterday. I think I whacked it on the bed while I was asleep, or on the nightstand, I mean. Okay, hopefully that was a good one. Just... Okay, I got that. Okay. Oh. Okay. So anyway, my sinus stuff, yeah. So I took some medicine right before I jumped on the stream. Hopefully that will help. But if I make terrible sounds with my nostrils and my throat today, that's where we're at. Like I said, I whacked myself on the hand somewhere right here yesterday. So it's a good thing I'm left-handed. So it hurts like when I do this. And when I do this, it pops. And that pop flies all the way up. It was just going to my elbow, and now it's going to my shoulder too. We're going to be applying a set of nails. We have this set, which is the overlay with the different colors of purple that we did on them, and a top coat with a blue pearlescent color. And then we had originally done these butterfly nail wraps right here, and we had done French tips with them. It was really cute. I wasn't ready to do my nails when I kind of peeled them off one night nervously. But so the next time we did our nails, we just basically we shortened them, filed them, and shaped them, but we didn't mess with the nail polish or the nail wrap right here. We left that there, and we did a little quick disguising of them with glitter. So you can see the glitter still on this end and this end. It was like it was cute. I thought it was cute. Anyway, they've grown out a lot more. So here's the thing about having psoriasis. My nails grow fast, but they don't grow strong. They don't grow healthy. But they do grow fast. So I do several different things that makes them last a little bit longer, and I even wrap them with my overlay so that I get full protection. Um, if you'd like a full video about um, exactly what happens to my nails from the psoriasis, as well as like how it breaks out on my fingers, I have like years of photos and quite a few videos of me trying to learn how to deal with it as well. And I guess I could make like a list or something. I don't know. So yeah, this hand hurts pretty bad. So we're going to do this hand. Now I also need to do this hand, so we're going to do some of it. But we're at least going to get this hand done today. I hope. We will try. So what we're going to be doing is, I've already filed these down. I did it a couple of days ago. I have not shaped them, and I have not filed any of the gel on top. I haven't broken that seal. And I've already done, well, let me look. I've done cuticle care several times since I did these nails. I just do it around the gel, which I'm going to be showing you today. So we'll do that. Then I will show you on this hand how I file them and shape them. And I do all of this before I take off any of the product that's on my nail. So I do the cuticle care, I do the shortening, the shaping, and then I file off the rest of the design, smooth over the top, apply a new overlay, new coat of the overlay, and then top coat. And then what we're going to do is, I have these two nail sets that I made last year, I think. I did post them on a YouTube community. I opened that up this week, you guys. Go check it out. I want it to be a place where we can communicate, talk, and share our art that we're doing. And I'll also post little polls there. And we'll do different things where I'll let you guys choose or vote on what I do next. And yeah, we'll have a lot of fun. I want to have a lot of fun, okay? That's what we're here for. To that end, I would like to mention we've been too serious here lately. I hope you can't hear that lawnmower. Somebody's mowing. I don't know what I can do. All right. There's a lot of stuff. It feels like the world is burning down, okay? So I got myself into a little cycle where I was like, I have to be aware of everything that's going on and keep up with everything. So I'm watching like 4-hour Senate hearings in Congress, and I'm watching like 3-hour news streams from the day before, and then keeping up with exactly the current things that happened. And then I started watching some stuff on Fox because I wanted to see what was it they actually said. What is it that Fox said that was different than what, like, anyway. It became obvious to me that I was in too deep. Because, here's the deal. Up until a few years ago, I did not watch news. I did not consume news. The only news that I heard was on the radio station. And I didn't, like, listen to stuff like that. I was more watching fun things and art things and learning about psychology, watching TED Talks, documentaries, but lately it's all been, you guys all know what's been in the news. It's been in the news. Like, overwhelming. And I started watching it as soon as I woke up in the morning, before I even came out here, and then also all day long on YouTube. You guys know what that did to my algorithm? So, it became obvious to me like a week or so ago when I started talking about these things on the stream. It was like, I couldn't not talk about it. Like, it's bothering me. And when I say it's bothering me, that's me reducing my emotions to a suitable word. And I do that a lot. As a matter of fact, usually when I say I'm frustrated, I'm actually thoroughly ticked off. My most recent therapist and I had a conversation about me replacing words of high emotion with words of mildly bothered emotion. So, I had to take the day in the bed yesterday because winter is coming. Winter is coming. Okay. I couldn't get out here. Now, that makes me feel bad. I feel guilty about that kind of stuff when I do it. So I have to remind myself that, yes, the goal is to show up every day that I can show up. Some days I can't. And that was one of those, ooh, you know that sensation when you're, you have a clogged up sinuses and the medicine kicks in? There we go. I can breathe. All right. So, I did not turn on the news this morning. In fact, I did not even go to my YouTube channel. I waited till I got out here. And I logged into this Google account. So I'm watching YouTube today on this account. Why? Because Periwinkle Palace Arts as a viewer does not have a set algorithm yet. Because I had not watched YouTube on this channel. So what I'm doing is I'm curating some things today to watch on here. We're going to keep it to art and mindfulness and how-tos and reviews and maybe even some educational stuff about certain things that I'm trying to learn how to do, like stuff on my iPad and how to use OBS and that kind of stuff. I also have my music in here. So I'll be singing and dancing probably a lot more than usual because honestly, I don't feel good. So, when I don't feel good, I sing and dance even more. And when I don't feel good, I do a little bit more art because it's either that or be miserable. And I'm not about that. I'm not about that miserable. Anyway, how you doing this morning? Yeah? Well, hopefully we can bring the energy up. Yeah? So if you want to know what I'm listening to, it's over there. Right underneath me is a box that has a screenshot. Ow. I'm trying to exercise my hands at the same time I'm talking. Okay. That hurts right there. But it goes from here. That's the main area. But it goes all the way down my finger. And then all the way up my arm. Lost my train of thought. Anyway, we want to bring the energies up. So when we need to bring the energies up, we do things that do that. Music, extra coffee, more art, and a different routine for the medical marijuana. All right. Y'all ready to get started? You know what we need to get started? Cute hair and coffee. You ready to get started? Not really, no. Okay. Too bad. We're gonna start with this hand, and I'm gonna go ahead and file all of these down to their appropriate length. And we're also gonna do the cuticle cleanup. So do you have your coffee? That's important. It's important to get your coffee. I know it's green day. I have green. I have green. Y'all, I hope I didn't mess up my hair. I got mad because there were a lot of split ends, so after I braided it, I didn't cut all of the split ends off, but I did about half. It was like this long, so I did it on both sides. I was trying to brush through it, and every time I got to the bottom, it became like trying to brush through a matted horsetail. So, all right, this is my packs. I have a Freedom Pod in here right now. It's running out, but it's 50-50 THC of CBD, and it's pretty amazing. This thing is crazy. This is how you unclog it. Okay, here we go. This is my favorite fingernail file. We're gonna use this side. We're gonna use the file. We'll be going back and forth today between this hand files and the electric drills. It depends on what I'm doing and how much stability I have. But I'll show you some tricks for dealing. I work with this little piece of felt underneath me. It's slightly damp. What that allows me to do is as long as I keep my hands close to it, it will catch the dust, the majority of it. If you're doing this as a professional, or if you're doing it a lot, please wear a mask and eye protection. I only do my own nails, and I have other ways of keeping the dust and stuff out of my face. I even have a dust collector that goes underneath, but I'm just I don't have the room for it right now, so I hold my breath a lot while I'm doing my nails, to be honest. I'd like to go ahead and state right here in the beginning, I am not a professional. Please don't think this is a class. It's not a tutorial. This is a art and chat. What I'm doing is what I have learned for my own nails, as well as I have learned how to accommodate myself for the struggles that I have for doing this stuff. I am disabled, and every day presents me a different combination of issues, so so the way that I know they're short enough is if I put my nail against it and a slight tilt runs me into the skin underneath it. That's the length I like them at. And then this hand hurts just from holding it like this. I'm going to round the shape a little bit. I'm coming down the entire side of this, kind of like flat. So I'm putting it right up against there, holding it straight, and pulling the nail file straight down. And I'm going to do that over here too. And then right underneath. Alright, so I'm going to use the other side now, which is the 180 grit. So you'll look on my hand and you can kind of see that my skin is breaking out pretty bad. Around my cuticles, yeah, my thumbs are particularly rough right now. And honestly, these breakouts often come and go in a matter of days or half a day. So I went to bed last night and they were not this bad. You'll be able to see it more on camera once I put the rubbing alcohol on them. There's cocoa mocha coffee and it's so good. So I've already done these as far as shortening them. I just need to shape this side. But can you see how thin they are compared to my thumb? That's pretty thin. So what we're going to be doing in a little bit is we're going to take one of the electric files and we're going to file underneath and thin that out. I keep smiling because, you know, sometimes you gotta like smile to feel better. It took me 4 days to drink that. It was empty now. Now, this is not how you should file your natural nail. I'm telling you. This is how I file my overlays. Most of this underneath here is not my nail. It's gel. And I do that on purpose. My nails are very, very fragile, very soft. They split, they crack, they will literally peel off in layers. So, I do a thing that I learned was helpful, and I put the gel when I do my overlay. I add it on the bottom too, so that the actual tip of my nail, the edge of my nail, is wrapped in gel. This really isn't even how you should professionally file a nail, period. That's how I do it. Like, there's a lot of things that I do my own way because honestly, if I mess it up, it's my fault. Oh, this is hurting me. So I'm gonna do something here. Let me grab this. This is my Green Roads topical cream. It is only CBD. It's amazing. Yes, I am used the amazing things when I'm feeling the worst. This is not the container it comes in. The containers are crap. So I'm gonna pat that right on the spot where it's hurting the most. And then I've already put this on once this morning. It doesn't have menthol in it, or capsaicin, or eucalyptus. It smells like lavender. That's it, and it's not a strong smell. It spreads quickly. That was a lot that I just used. I don't normally use that much. It pretty much works immediately. I've tried a lot of stuff. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. I have this massager. It's like an air massager for my hands. I'm going to have to go get it. It's in the outdoor studio. Okay, here we go. Back to it. We'll be taking frequent breaks like that today, I'm sure. So it looks kind of like I'm just hacking at my nails with this file. I'm not. I'm barely putting any pressure. Pressure is from right here. I'm holding at an angle depending on where I'm filing. And I'm filing with intention, okay? So for me, this is like using sandpaper on wood, or anything where you're filing in a very controlled way. And it's basically the same thing to me when I'm using the nail drills over here. The thing I relate it to is using a Dremel tool. So I'm actually, my eyes are real, like what I call zoomed in right now. And I'm looking for every little bump. I'm looking to make sure that everything is straight. I use my file like this to see how straight things are. I like to put it right in the center of the nail because that shows me if it's flat across the top. Then it shows me how much space is on either side that I need to file that center down to. So when I do this original filing, I'm really just trying to shorten my nails. I don't feel like using a nail drill to do this is something that I'm as competent at when it comes to taking the nails down in length as well as shaping it. I feel like it goes too fast for me, even on the lowest setting. That is something that I practice, that I work on, but today is not the day for that, to be honest. I will be using the nail drills in a little bit. I may have to stop using them at some point. I really don't know if we're going to get this all done today. And I know that I say that every day. And that's because I want people to know I do not guarantee that I will finish this today. But also, I don't guarantee that I won't. And that is why I put part numbers at the beginning of every live stream. All of my live streams are on my channel page. Kind of unorganized, I guess. I'm working on it. The goal here on this step is the shape and the length. not looking for perfection, and we're filing at the top of the nail on this side, not focusing on the underneath. Because if I do that, what will happen is I will get what I call a sloped underneath the nail, and I don't like that. Can you see how these are getting taken down in shape? I'm actually going to file the end of these ones too on the left hand, because you can see there's a lot more glitter there than there is on these ones, and that's because I didn't shape them yet. It's popping. It hurts. Okay. So again, I'm using the 100, 180 from Model 1s right now. I'm using this one. I don't usually, but it's got more firmness to it than this one does. I love these ones. This is my favorite. But right now, because my hands are shaking so much, I need something that's more firm so that I can kind of I can set it in my position that I want to file it, and it's firm enough that it's not going to bend out of the way, and I can just pull it down from there. This is really hard for me to do with my thumb, with my ring finger right now. Ooh, it hurts. My kid's talking to us. He said, I'm gonna lawnmower underneath their window tonight. He's talking about a sibling. They're on totally different sleep schedules, and they keep each other awake. So they're adults. I'm not getting involved. We do encourage our children to talk to us about things. Always. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to get involved, y'all. Oh my goodness. Hydrating. Okay, don't eat. I'm trying to position my pinky so I can get to it. Oh my goodness. I'm going to start posting old posts from my personal account to my to this account on Instagram. So that'll be fun. I think I'm gonna start today. I'm gonna do like a throwback Thursday, because I have a lot of posts that are already like pretty, but they're on my old account. And I don't focus on my personal social media anymore. There's no need to, because everything's gonna go here. This is what I'm focused on. It's really hard right now. Even though I'm using my left hand, which is my dominant hand, everything's shaky and I just whack it. Stretching the shoulders. Okay. So these look good as far as length and mostly shape. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and file these into shape. which means I'm going to take them down just a little bit more to straighten them up. This is really hard to do, okay? But it gives this, I have to hold my hand in different positions depending on whether I'm filing with this hand or filing with this hand. And sometimes my hands don't cooperate, so that's why you get a lot of different angles when I'm filing. That's the accessibility and adaptability portion of what I do, okay? I'm not here to show you how to do things the normal way or the way you're technically supposed to. No, I'm not here for that. I'm here to show you how I do it. So even on this, you can see now that this is a little bit thicker than it was. I hope you can see, look, it's not the table or the camera shaking. It's all me. Taking a breath to hold myself still is something I learned. So go, hold everything. So you get a couple seconds. Working on my left hand takes a little bit more effort. It takes a little bit more time. And it takes understanding that the left hand's always going to look worse. This nail always comes out a little weird because it's misshapen. So is this one. Well, this one is more the skin right here that's misshapen, and this one is the actual nail. So what I do is I kind of use the overlay as my nail, and I file the overlay into shape, and the shape that it makes is the shape of a not crooked nail. So it grows more to like this side. Oh, okay. It's Thursday. So what are you guys planning to do this weekend? Pop me a message in the chat if you know what you're doing. I like to know what other people are doing. It logged me out. Sorry, guys. I don't know why it does that. Okay. Okay, let's take a little hair break. This is ones we're going to be applying today. I put a post up to see if you guys wanted to choose. I'll have to look at that right before we decide which set. If you want to choose which set that I put on, you can also pop in the chat, and I'll just count the votes up. Any judges? It died. This is me. I'm putting energy into my stuff so that I can get through this. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do before I do anything else is cuticle stuff. But we're going to go back and forth. We're going to go back and forth between the cuticles and the gel. Okay? And then if my hands start to hurt or get too shaky, I'll switch out the bits. And I'll also switch back and forth between these and these. So I've got them filed down. Like I said, I kept up with my cuticle care pretty good this week. But it grows fast, y'all. I'm going to start with this. I've been working on learning how to use this one more better. More better. So I'm going to try it, but I'll probably have to switch bits after a few minutes because this. I have the hiccups a little bit. I kept up with this one a lot better than I did with this hand. And this hand hurts the most. So I'll use this one. Anyway, I said I was going to get this hand done today, right? Now, something that I do that's not recommended is I so I don't really change the direction that my nail drills go. They go the same way. Sometimes I change it when I'm struggling with my hands a lot, but usually I just move the drill to get it into the right position. So I'm not filing any of the gel. This is not filing my nail. We're just dealing with the cuticle, the dead skin. This one's working pretty good, even though my hands are shaking a lot. It doesn't have a sharp point, which I like, especially when my hands are shaking like this. Again, I'm not filing the gel at this point. This type of bit won't even take off the gel unless you put a lot of pressure on it. And we don't do that here. No pressure. We let the tools do the work the tools are meant to do. So this is not dirt underneath my fingernail. It is scaling or psoriasis plaques, which is one of the main reasons that I have to do this. So I both go up against the underside of the nail, and I also, like, I work with the drill tilted this way towards the nail, and I also work with the drill tilted this way towards the bed. Not the bed, the skin underneath. Now, I really should not be doing this without vibration gloves on, anti-vibration gloves on, to protect my hands, because I have some neurological issues here, and vibration is not good for that. But these two drills vibrate so little that I can work with them without the gloves. There we go. And then I also like to bring my files across my skin for anywhere that's starting to break out, anywhere that has plaque. And I don't file them off, y'all. I just file them till they're smooth and not going to catch on anything, because filing them off causes cracking, and that leads to peeling and bleeding. So I'm just filing it smooth so that I don't catch that skin on anything. That's mostly what I have to do on a every other day or daily basis, is continue to smooth my skin. So that's the in-between sets maintenance. And then I also keep my cuticles done as much as I can. Sometimes it's just a few minutes here or there. I always keep my electric drill nearby. Okay, now I need to pause this. Shake them out, shake them out. I gotta wait for them to not be completely numb. Just stretching my hands. All right. I have to be careful about my hands going numb because I usually don't notice it until I'm pressing down really hard, either on my finger or, um, on whatever. Putting down a lot of pressure on whatever I'm doing, whether it's coloring or nails or even painting. That is my forte. And it doesn't matter what craft or art I've ever tried to do. When I go to get help for something that's not working out, almost always one of the top things that whoever I'm getting advice from recommends is, it looks like you're putting a lot of pressure on there. Uh, Maybe you should loosen your grip a little bit. I've been like that my whole life. So most people, after doing this side, would um, press the button and make the drill go the other way and keep their hand like this. Well, guess what? I don't do that. I turn my finger around and let it go the other way. So I'm effectively doing the same thing, just the other direction, which changes the direction. My hands are shaking a lot, so I have to remind myself that means I need to slow down a little bit. I need to brace my hands against things, so my pinky underneath my finger, both hands pressed to the surface of the table. I had a no good, really bad, messed up day, and I'm stressed out, super sad, not okay. I'm never getting better, no, it's not a phase, and I like it that way. Just like I feel today. And if I'm being serious, all I really want is all the money. Who I think I'm for, thinking it was you. It's a different summer. Okay. Assess if my hand is too numb. Not yet. Good morning, Loverly. My husband has joined the chat. So part of what's really important when using a nail drill, aside from pressure, is you got to keep it moving. You don't want to stop anywhere for more than like a couple of milliseconds, because it will build up, it builds up heat really fast and it will burn you. That's not to say you'll never see me do exactly that, because I still make mistakes. Please remember, I'm not a professional. I'm not here to teach anything except how I enjoy my art, and the art itself, and how I use it to get through my day. But it is important, as a general rule, anytime you're filing your skin, even if you're filing something like wood, you got to keep it moving. The building up heat impedes the process. Even if you're filing like a piece of wood, the only time you want to build up heat is if you're using like a wood burner. So if you can see, I'm always moving it. I might stay in just a like small area that I'm moving it back and forth over. So like I'm gonna try to file this little, whoa, professional of my heart. Oh, you're so sappy. So like there's a little piece of skin right there that's really hard. I'm going to get that off of there. But you notice I'm not going to stay in one spot. I'm going to go back and forth pretty quickly. And I know that it makes you nervous to go that fast. But let me point out, this drill is only running at the one setting. It's 1000 RPMs. It's very low. And it's not like it's going to cut me. So I'm keeping it mostly in line, but sometimes I'm going off the edge, sort of like that, you know, or my hand will skip. But that's okay. As long as you're moving fast and you're not applying pressure, in general, it probably won't hurt you. And keep your speed on your drill really slow. How is your day going, Loverly? Oh, the sand is creeping so bad. It's a day. Mine's a day too. I took some Dayquil a little while ago. And I was sitting here and felt my sinuses pop clear. It was pretty weird. Instagram light, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go get some coffee. I'll be right back, y'all. Let my hands rest for a minute. Hi, back. I almost poured too much. I almost overflowed my cup with the creamer. I'm really having trouble picking up my cup today. Okay, dokie. Coffee is life. I grabbed another monster too because I finished this one. It seems to be helping me stay more awake. I cannot open that with my hand though. Here we go. One thing that annoys me about monsters is that they don't have a hole at the top of their coat tabs. It annoys me because those are actually made for you to stick your straw through. But they had to be fancy and put their logo up there. I guess I can't complain. It's not like I do anything normal. Alright. We've got 2 more on this hand to do. I made up some room on my screen, on my laptop screen, because I turned my Spotify on my iPad, and I could see the lyrics on there, sort of. I have not watched any news today. None. I have to stop doing that. I gotta give me like an hour on Sunday or like twice a week or something. Something like that because my brain just can't handle it. I know that sounds sucky because it means that I'm not really well informed about the world around me. But honestly, right now, I feel like I know enough. I know enough. And while it is one of those things that I really want to understand in detail because I was never taught this stuff, so I'm teaching myself, doing a dive in for, man, so I was turning on the news as soon as my husband left in the morning. So we're talking like 6:20, 6:30 a.m. Watching that while I got dressed and everything. And then coming out here, and I'd pick up the video that I was watching in the bedroom from out here. And I was turning that one before I was turning on my music. Exactly. Like I've got to a point where the Philip DeFranco show isn't even actually informing me on what's going on because I already know. And I'd stopped watching it every day. But like it's just too much. It's too much. And I do want to know the details of things. I do. Because I want to be a well-informed person. It's just who I am. And when I think that something is important enough, I want to be well-informed about it. And there's a lot that I don't understand. So, in trying to educate myself about it, I'm going through a lot of videos. And I need a break. And I need to reassess my consumption because I don't want that being what this channel and live stream is all about. And while yes, it's important I just remembered, like the other day, that I don't have to talk about what's important here because I do have a personal account. Um, so, yeah, I was coming out here. I was turning the news on as soon as I got out here, and then, unless I was just hearing the same thing over and over for a while, I would just let it run all day and wouldn't even change it. So it was just on autoplay. So my algorithm is well and truly jacked right now. What I did what I did instead is I put some notes into Notion, and then I did a meditation on my phone. I never even turned the TV on. When I came out here, instead of logging into my Google account that I've had for years and years and years and years, into that YouTube, I logged into Periwinkle Palace Arts. And there's basically no algorithm there yet. So I clicked on a few art videos, and I'm just letting it run now. But no lie, even the videos that I'm watching that are art videos, several of them have addressed the world. So it's not just me. Like, everybody is in that position, I think, where they feel like, oh my gosh, I have to, like, know what's going on because everything's scary, and if I don't pay attention, something bad could happen to me. And while that's very true, it doesn't mean that it needs to be here. I also feel like there's a lot of people out there who are like, oh my god, if I don't say my piece and state where I stand, then everybody will hate me. And I was falling into both of those traps, really. I think for my mental and emotional stability's sake, I need to limit myself to quick takes on the news. Only dig into what I really want to dig into, and not let that news go on autoplay. On this hand, my ring finger is typically the troublesome nail. My ring finger, on the other hand. Although, yeah, the ring finger is kind of fussy on both hands, actually. And we're allowing today for even more imperfection as I do this than normal, because today our hands are very highly affected by symptoms. I know I'm not going to be able to do it as wonderfully as when my hands are having a good day. So I'm not expecting that of myself. My hands are shaking, so I'm not expecting that to be great. And also because I am having a pretty decent little flare up. So there's two parts to that. I'm having a flare up, which is affecting my ability to do this, right? But also I'm having a flare up, so there's absolutely no way that I'm going to get any of the areas on my skin perfect without causing bleeding, because honestly the goal is not to remove all of it. It's not, because that's gonna file my skin down to where it hurts. So the goal is to remove like 80% of it, because when I'm having a flare up, honestly, I'm just gonna have to do this again tomorrow or the next day, or more likely tonight before bed. So there's no point in being ultra precious about getting this perfect. Again, I'm not a professional. I'm doing this for myself. I don't even count this as self-care, like, because I hate this part. So, for those reasons, I allow myself to know in advance going into this that it's not going to look absolutely great. However, it will look better than it looks right now. Sometimes that's all you can ask for. So, currently, the algorithm on this channel is feeding me how to turn your art into a business stuff, or, you know, building your brand or whatever. It's a lot of good suggestions and stuff, but there's a lot that I don't care about. I do not care about anything money wise at all. And I don't care how many viewers I have. And I don't really care about. Okay, there's a lot I don't care about. So this finger is just not going to look great. We're accepting that and moving on. We're also accepting the fact that my hand just went numb and waiting for a second. Oh, that's the empty can. Okay. There's not a whole lot to do on this hand, thankfully. This should be somewhat quick. No, it's not going to be somewhat quick because I always go slower on this hand. But we can do this. Like I did these already, so really what I'm doing is just touching up what I already did yesterday and the day before, because this hand's breaking out quite a lot, so I'm having to keep up with it a little bit more. I'm trying to learn how to keep my nail that I'm working on in view of the camera while also being able to see it myself. It'd probably work out a little bit better if I use this magnifying glass over here. But right now I'm using it for lighting. A personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. That's what this guy just said. I'm thinking on that. I don't know what... I'm not sure how to take that in. Like, I don't know what people say about me when I'm not in the room, because, I'm not in the room. And also, it's not really any of my business what people say about me when I'm not around, to be fair. I don't care. I used to. I used to care oh so much. I bet it would still be hurtful to me if I heard that someone said something mean about me when I wasn't in the room. But I think it would just hurt for like maybe a few seconds, because you know that initial reaction that you have to something, you can't always control that. But then you can think about it. And so I allow myself to have that initial reaction. But I think my reaction after that would be like, they don't know who I am. Or, you know, just they're wrong. Or, that's fair. That's true. That's fair. You know? I feel like if there's something that you want to change in yourself or your life or something, there's there's a certain level where before you can change something, you have to accept it. You have to accept that it exists before you can actually work on figuring out what the solution is and then implementing said solution. That makes sense, right? So I feel like the first step of change sometimes is acceptance. And accepting something doesn't have to mean you're okay with it. Like, I live in pain every day, and I accept that for the most part. But, like, that doesn't mean I like it. I don't like it, but I accept it. I accept that it exists. And I focus more on assessing what's causing the pain, that particular pain, and sometimes there's nothing I can do about that. But if there is something I can do about it, then I try to do that thing. Maybe a hot pack, maybe apply some cream, maybe smoke, whatever it is. If I can't do anything about it, then I still have to accept it, because there's only two options: accept it or change. And honestly, a lot of people put those things in two different categories as if they're a branch, a fork in the road from each other. I don't agree with that. Yes, they are two paths that you can take, but I kind of feel like it's more of a step by step process than just a fork in the road. Because I feel like it's, instead of I have a problem, I need to accept it or I need to change it and going like that, I feel like I have a problem, I need to accept what I can of it. Can I accept all of it? Can I just accept it? No, I can't accept some of it. Okay, now I know what I need to work on to change. I feel like it's a step process, not just. I mean, I guess you can stop in the process if you can accept everything about it. Is that changing your perspective? So I guess it's still accept and change. Let me know what you think about that, either in the live chat or the comments. I'm curious. I'm curious if that logic idea that I have, if that follows. Like, does anybody else think that? Does it make sense, or is it like erroneous thinking? Like, wrong? Am I wrong? That's what I'm asking. I also think that people are often trying to change things that they don't need to change. Like, it's not even necessary, relevant, or a problem. If it's not, why change it? Again, I don't want to sell things. Lovers, you. I talk to you later. Alice, 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 heart and soul fell into the rabbit. So I've got some scaling right there. So I'm not going to keep going at it. All right. All right, we're at 10:35. I think today is going to be a day I'm also just going to keep going until I'm tired. All right. So the next part of this is we're going to use this drill to file underneath. So this is pretty thick under there. And I'm just going to take this arbor band and go underneath the nail. I'm filing towards the top of the nail. And really just tapping. Right. So that's basically all we do underneath. So this nail drill is a little bit heavier than the Melody Susie one, but I like to use it because it gives me a good balance for getting underneath. It being a little bit heavier means that I can pay attention a little bit more to the angle. You see how I'm just tapping, kind of? I'm not leaving this in the way. Just for did I chip that? I got a little bit too excited. No, we're good. Okay. So, the last thing we need to do is file the top. So, on this hand. And I'm going to take this and do the same thing on this side. I need to prop my hands a little bit more. And these are already done, so, like, mostly done. So it's just a quick touch. Does that make sense? What, love?
You know what it is?
How's that? So when I do this, I pull my skin back like that with another finger or my thumb so that I'm not pressing against the skin like this way. That will burn and it hurts. It's always the pinky that gives me trouble. Okay, I'm gonna go and wash my hands now so that we can file the tops. And while I'm stepping away, I'm gonna go ahead and have a little smoke too. I won't be gone long. I'm just going right over to the sink. Ta-da! I told you I'd be back. Alright, we've washed up the nails, gave them a good scrub of the hands. You can see some of my peeling. Okay, so for the last part of this, we just need to remove the design and file each one smooth over the top. Then we will go ahead and apply our overlay onto each finger one at a time. No, I cannot. Okay, to start with, let me grab my hand file. I do this with a hand file. I find it to be more effective. So I'm going to start with the 180 side, that's this side, and then the 240 side. The 240 side is the finer side. So I'm just going over the top, and I'm basically just removing the design by filing it off instead of soaking it off. I don't like doing that. It's not good for my nails, so. And again, this is gently. I'm not putting any pressure again. I'm not going around this way. I'm literally just going on the top of the nail. The hand file gives me a lot more control, which I need today. No, this isn't damaging your nail at all. Sometimes I'm moving my hand along the file. Sometimes I'm moving the file along my hand. I just go back and forth. It depends on how things are hurting, actually. I'm going to flip it over. So I'm filing again with intention. I'm not filing in random places. Where I actually make contact with the nail is where the file needs to go. So I'm making contact there. I might put it back down on some of the free edge and file there. I roll my finger as I go. Okay. This one's a little bit coarser than this one, so I'm gonna use this one too. So this one is 180 and 240, and this one's 100 and 180. So I'm gonna use the 180 side and go over just the parts that are still colored. That's all we're removing. Now sometimes this gets really boring. Now, you can be real precious about this and like determined to get that purple off. In general, you just need to break the seal. Now, this is not a very bright color. What you want is for your nail to not be shiny, because we're about to do the overlay, right? So we want to file this nail top really smooth if we can. But what's most important is this shape. So this shape around. So I can continue to file that down, but honestly it's smooth. I'm about to put overlay over the top of it, so it may or may not matter. I don't think it does, but we can find out. During the couple of weeks that I wear this set, we'll find out if it's a good idea or a bad idea. That's like Jamaican cocoa rum? Coconut Jamaican rum? I don't know, but it's really good. So I'm checking right now to see if I have any lifting on the overlay. I don't. Now, the reason that I'm doing all of the filing at one time is because once I start to apply the gel and everything, you don't want to get fuzzies or dust in the nail as you're putting it together. So that's why I wash my hands from the first filing, and then I will go wash my hands again after we finish the over top filing. Excuse me. I do not know where my vape is. Okay. Well, that's fine. It's fine. I bet it's on the floor somewhere. So I got a little bit more shiny stuff over here. If you want to see, let me show you what it's like to file it down with the drill. I might be able to get away with this. So if I want to get that last little bit off of there, last little bit of purple, so there's that. I'm gonna do that with this because honestly, my hands are shaking a lot, but I'm impatient today, and this does go faster. I'm really bad at it though. I promise. I'm really bad at it. I know it seems like a lot of effort to file the nail instead of soaking it off, but I'm gonna tell you something. Soaking off a nail takes 10 to 15 minutes with acetone when you're talking about gel. While I love to use acetone, it is not great to soak my nails in. Maybe other people have the ability to do that with no problems. I don't. And also, once you soak them, you still have to kind of scrape the gel off, and it does intensely more damage to my nails than this very light, quick file. If that makes sense? So the other thing is I can control how far I file into the overlay. What that allows me to do is smooth over the rest of the overlay that's underneath the design, because this is the main thing. This is so heavy. Let me set it down for a minute. This is the main thing, okay? When you soak your nails in acetone, everything's coming off your natural nail. Everything. I prefer not to do that. So if I can pare down the overlay, and not use a scraper, instead of scraping like this with the nail tool, I'm not applying pressure here. So it's better for my nails. And I get to leave the overlay there. And even if it's chipped a little bit, like right here, there's a little bit of a chipped edge. Leaving it there, and basically I'm doing a refill, is what they used to call it when I got acrylic nails, or a backfill of my gel overlay. But it also keeps that nail mostly wrapped in the dough, the free edge of my nail, so that it doesn't have a chance to break. It doesn't have a chance to break. This is also when I use the filing method to remove the design. It makes it easier for me to get the whole thing really smooth. Okay, now you might think that this only works really with the there we go. It gets it pretty smooth. Now, it's not just paint that I do this with. I do it with anything that I put on my nails, actually. So, here goes the nail wrap as well. At absolutely no time when you're using a arbor band do you want to keep yourself from moving. You got to keep it moving. Got to keep it moving. Keep it moving. It will hurt so bad if you don't. All of the prior filing that we did before starting to take the design off was nowhere near the actual nail bed, so we could go a little bit slower, but you never, even if you're going slower removing the design, you never ever want to leave it. So I almost bounced the drill. Okay, so that's it. The design is gone and we're smooth. Last time. So again, just remind everybody, I do not use these nail drills or these files the way I was trained to or the way you're supposed to. Okay, and the reason for that is because my hands need to do what my hands need to do. So I'm gonna rub my finger over that, make sure if it's smooth or not. Now, truth is, I could throw on a gel top coat on these nails right now and just go like that. Because there's still overlay on there. You don't have to backfill it. But I'm going to, because the whole point of me doing my nails is the overlay. Because it's very protective. Some of the things that I do here are things that make it in general healthier for my nails and skin. But some of it's just preference. So we're all nice and smooth there. I'm gonna go ahead and remove it from this hand as well. Hopefully this will work. If not, I'll have to step back down to the hand files. But let's see if I can do it, right? Gotta remember I'm working with my non-dominant hand now. I'm trying to be very, very light-handed, but this hand is kind of cramping, so I'm actually going to move my hand so that it's not, this one's not propped up. So this is going to force me to be more light-handed. And I'm allowing the nail drill to go in the direction that it wants to go in. I'm just controlling how much contact the band applies. I like doing it this way also because if you're filing off a design, it gives you a pretty good idea of where to stop so you don't file through the entire overlay. And honestly, once you get comfortable using the drill, it goes so much faster than even a soak off does. I was really scared actually to use an electric drill for many years until I realized it's just a Dremel. Where was it? In the kitchen? Thank you. I was looking everywhere for it.
Yeah, it was right here.
Did I forget to close up the hand scrubbing stuff again?
I have no idea.
There's a big pineapple tub.
No, it's closed.
Okay. Thank you, darling.
Oh.
Okay, I need to pause, take my medicine, because if I forget to do that, then this whole going past lunch thing is not going to work out. I did that the other day. I just forgot to take my medicine.
Take your medication.
Ooh, that hurted. Even though it was already cracked, it hurt. Okay, did that. Jules, can I get you to handle the dogs today for me?
Go on.
So they'll settle back down eventually.
Go. Go.
Yeah, my hand is shaking really bad, so I'm gonna try to go a little slower here. I wish we never happened. I wish I could forget. I wish you would just understand. So I'm gonna have to come back and smooth the tops of these with the hand file, because I'm just not gonna get that with this hand today. It's just not gonna happen. But that's good because you get to see different ways I do it. Action looking for reason, attention we never had. to my dragon. So, on this hand, I'm not even going to worry about getting my, all of the purple off because I'm going to smooth it with the hand file. So whatever gets left behind as far as the purple is concerned, the hand file will also take that off. Ow! Okay, I caught my own cuticle there. Ow! So when you file a nail wrap off, it kind of bubbles up and peels off almost. So what I do to deal with that is I come with the nail bit and I'm going to come at my nail with it like this. And just bop it along the surface, kind of like bop, 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 until it kind of breaks through in a couple of spots. So yeah, once it flakes, it comes off in like a big piece. Ow! All right, that was a little bit of a heat spot right there, and it hurt. Alright, so we're done with this for right now. And we're gonna go over it with the file now. Gonna start with the most grittiest. And that just takes a couple of swipes. And I'm gonna go through each one here. So.
This is a reminder. Need to take my meds. This is a reminder. Need to take my meds.
Okay, so we can see that most of the color is gone, almost all of it, everywhere. So now I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to use the 180 side. Let me put my feet on the actual footrests like I'm supposed to. This is a good way to clean your nail files off. These are washable. I never wash them. I'm only using them for myself, and when they get old, I move them into art supplies that aren't nail stuff. Okay, so we're looking pretty good. I don't know if you can see, but there's some shiny spots. And there's a lot of matte spots. But the shiny spots, that's a clear indication that I need to file it a little more, because if those shiny spots are there, that means that not everything's level. Now, why am I doing all of this before I apply the overlay instead of just filing it when I'm finished with the overlay? One, adhesion. So, pull my hand back down here so I can see too. So I'm just going over it until all the shiny is gone, or most of it anyway. It's sometimes hard to get the rest of the shine that's at the back, but that's actually the more important part. So I'm going to check each nail for smooth. All right, and now let me take a little quick break. I need to clear everything up so that I can do the next part. Okay? I'll be right back. We're back. All right, so this is where we're at. Pretty thin, looking pretty good. I went and washed my hands again. Didn't wash them very thoroughly because I already did that. I basically just gave them a quick rinse to make sure that the dust was gone. Now I'm gonna use this tool right here, just a little scooped curved curette. So I'm just gonna run this underneath the nail real quick to remove any remaining scales that will come off. This is just a real quick thing. Try not to do what I just did there. Your overlay is super thin right now, which is great. But You don't want to break it. All right. Okay. And now I'm going to spray my hands down with pure rubbing alcohol. This allows me to know that they're good and clean, and also it really helps me dry out my nail beds. That's why I only did a quick rinse, because they need to be super dry for what I'm doing. This is 91% rubbing alcohol. 70% works just fine too. And then just take my paper towel and I rub the nail really good. I'm really sort of scrubbing my nails here. This is gonna also let me to see if there's lifting anywhere. If so, I'm gonna need to file that off. And don't see any lifting anywhere, so that's good. Ow, ow, ow. Sorry. Okay. Here we go. Now I'm going to grab, first I'm going to make sure I have everything I need in front of me. Hold on. For the overlay, I need Prep and Clean. I need my IBD Power Bond Gel Bonder. This is not a primer. It's not an etcher. It doesn't have the acid in it. It's not also. It's just like a glue enhancer. I think it kind of creates a texture on your nail when it dries, um, so that you don't have to actually etch your own nail to get it to stick. I love it. I've been using it for many, many years. I cannot use primers, etching primers, on my nails. So there's that. The next thing that we'll apply after that will be our IBD builder gel. Like, I have a lot of gels, but when I want to be done with this quickly, and when I'm not trying to create a longer nail, this is what I use. This one is Cover Pink, which I've been using for a while. And after that, I need my top coat. I also have glue, two different glues. I usually use the IBD brush on gel resin. It's really good. What else do I need? Sometimes I use this Model 1's glue because it works really well with the way I'm going to adhere the nails, which is a combination of these little sticky tabs and glue. Let's see. I like having my Prentice crowns and my bunnies in here. I tried to separate them, it didn't work out. This is one of my favorite pairs that I've ever made. I've never actually worn them, I don't think. Nope. It says 2024 on them, but I haven't seen them in a while. Okay, these are the thumb. These are actually, I made them for myself. So they actually fit my hand. Over my overlays even. Wait, this is the other thumb. What am I doing? What do we got here? So even without the glue on them yet, they kind of they stick to my nails. When I make them so they're ready for me to apply. They're textured underneath, hand painted, multiple layers. I start with a clear nail tip, file it into the shape, and paint it. I call it tiny painting. I love doing it. And we're going to be doing some in the very near future because I'm craving it. So I think that for this finger. Sometimes I make my pointer finger and my ring finger kind of interchangeable. So that's the thumb. I love them. Ah! They say 2024 on them though, so I've never worn them. I have meant to wear them for New Year's. Last year, this year, I don't know which year it is when you're saying you want to wear something on New Year's. I mean, these things are like pretty, like, they're pretty sturdy. but also flexible. And I love this set. That deep fire red glitter with the nail stamping over the top of it, as well as these detailed appliques, as well as my kind of crappy French line there. And it's got the magnet metallic cat's eye and the black on the tip. I really enjoyed making these a lot. I'm thinking about wearing them. Except I wanted to wear the others. I can't decide. Can we just pretend in our minds that that says 2025? Let's see. I want to wear one of these. I'm gonna wear these ones. This is one of the arts that I do that I love doing very much the most. If I could do a little bit of coloring and a little bit of nail art every day, it would be so good. But I've only got one workstation right now, so it is what it is. I think I just broke my nail. Yeah, a little bit I did. My natural nail even. Oh no. I may have to put on a paper form for this one. You guys can't see anything, can you? I bet everything's all fuzzy. Coffee moment. I'm sitting here trying to figure out if my nails will match my art for this week. I don't need to worry about that, do I? We're gonna go with those. Names are all mixed up. We're gonna take out the crowns. I'm gonna use those, and I'm gonna show you guys that you can still add to a nail set after it's been done for months. So I was waiting a little bit for the nails to dry. Sometimes these things work out good for me, sometimes they don't. They have a little suction cup on them, and you can pick the nails up. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And I also have so this is the one that comes with the nail glue remover, which is in my room. Sometimes this glue works really well too. So I have 3 different kinds of glue that I use. Usually I use, you know, your typical pink nail glue that you carry in your purse, that you shouldn't, because you know what happens when the cap comes off. But we won't talk about that, okay? Okay, we will talk about it. Raise your hand or drop an emoji if you've ever had some kind of glue spill in your purse or book sack. And what kind of glue was it? I'm gonna put these away, they keep tempting me. Shake factor is still pretty high today. Okay, all that done. Let me put these all to the side, obviously, because we're not ready for them, are we? I think the doggo got forgotten outside. Ah! Okay, we've made that decision. Let's move this stuff out of the way. That's all we need right now is this stuff, but we do need some more paper towels. Let me grab those. Put that away. Okay. Prep and Clean Dehydrant. It's from ASP. I had the same jar for years. I have no idea how long. I'm pretty sure I get these from Sally's though. So what I'm gonna do is that little nail that just like did what it did. I'm going to go ahead and do that one first. So sometimes I do this when I'm looking at my nails and one of them is slightly damaged and it's fixable. I will do that nail first. So I'm just going to add this Prep and Clean all over this nail. I want to dry everything, including the underside and the cuticle. Okay, yes, it looks like it's horrible for your nails. I promise it's not as horrible as soaking them in like acetone. So you wait for that to dry, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to dry my nail off, because basically I do a dry manicure on myself, because my nails are so terrible. I want to basically protect them from moisture. Like I keep them away from moisture as much as possible. I don't even do the dishes in the house anymore. Let me message a child because I'm pretty sure the dog is outside. Do you guys hear him barking? Doggo? Okay. So now that nail is really dry. It does feel bad to my skin. I don't like dry skin, it's just gross. So I'm going to apply this primer and I kind of scrub it in. Like I go back and forth and I get it all over the natural nail at the back, as well as the existing overlay. And this is going to be something I'm going to repeat a lot because it's important. Also underneath the edge of the nail. Now try to keep this off your skin, okay? But it's not going to destroy everything if you don't. I'm doing this because my skin is bothered being dry. That's an air dry product. So this nail is just going to be a little crooked. Some of the overlay chipped off, I guess. I can fix it so that it looks perfect, but not today, guys. So the entire point of the overlay, it's purely for protection. Which is why I board when I'm doing it. So, when this dries, it turns shiny. At that point, we're going to use our builder gel. I'm really tired right now. I'm going to repeat this a lot. You want a very thin layer of this. And I start kind of in the middle of my finger and I go backwards. Very thin. You want it very, very thin, and you don't want it on your skin. The nice thing about gel is that you can take your time with it. This nail is very obviously going to be a lot worse than other nails. It's probably going to be the worst one because this one has the arthritis bump on it, so it's a pain in the butt anyway. And also it kind of grows crooked. And it broke a little. That's alright though. So I'll go across the edge of the nail. Most of the time though, the way I do that is I turn my brush on the side that has the least amount of gel on it, and I just bring it along the edge of the nail right there. I'm going to add a little extra right here because this is where it broke. This is what I call wrapping it. Okay, I just touched my skin there. And now I'm going to let it sit for just a second. I'm going to remove that gel from my skin, okay? This is not the way you should do it, but it's the way I do it. I also just noticed that this one has some lifting on it, the middle finger here. Let me get, yeah, I just made a mess. This is hard today, okay? So, there we go. All right. I'm letting it kind of flow because this stuff, it's self-levels. And turn it up here. And now I have nothing to talk about for the next 60 seconds. Do, 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 do. All right. I finished my lunch. This is pretty much usually the time that I would get up and run away from the stream or decide that I'm not coming back on for my afternoon. I don't know if this is working better than taking the lunch or gauntlet. It's all testing and experimental. La, 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 la. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Blast off. Alright, so now you've got a good nice little base there. So I'm going to apply another coat. We're keeping the coats very thin again. Mostly because you don't want to heat spike it, but also because it's just so much easier to do thin coats because it doesn't run away from you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this nail next. Uh-oh. So the goal here is to have a very, very little amount on here. Alright, so let me stick my hand back in there. If you have enjoyed hanging out here, you could let me know. You know how to do it. You hit a like button. If you hate it, you could hit a dislike button. You can subscribe. You can turn on alert notifications, but I don't know how helpful that will be to you. I know I don't have notifications on most things. You can do those things if you want to. Do you see why I say this is the boring part? I had all these things I wanted to tell you guys, and suddenly they're just gone. Out of my head. Okay. I'm going to leave that alone for just a second because I want to make sure this doesn't have a problem. Put the rubbing alcohol on there because I need to dry that off. As soon as that's dry, I'm going to put a touch of nail glue underneath it. I do not feel like using paper forms today at all. Okay, so I'm going to grab this. Hopefully it's not all dried up and gross. And I'm going to attempt... I hate these glues. I cannot squeeze this. This is why I use brush glue. So I'm just going to apply right there in a motion that will flow towards where the lifting is. I lift it up a little bit, make sure it gets underneath there. And now I'm going to grab pretty much anything and I'm going to tap it. Not even for a full second because you don't want your whatever to get glued to the nail. But you push it the direction that the crack is. Keep moving it. If you put too much on there, it will take a little bit longer to dry. And yes, I did just get some of that stuck to my hand. Oh man. So I didn't put that glue all over the nail because I need to be able to press on it so that it starts to dry. Make sure it doesn't glue to your skin. I'm having a struggle. There we go. Let that fully dry. And once it's fully dry, here's the second part of the trick. You gotta file it. You're just gonna buff the top off. So, because things don't want to stick to that glue once it's dry. So it will cause your overlay to lift and start peeling off in layers. Don't want that. My mouth is so dry. Alright, while that's drying the rest of the way, I'm going to clean the top of this nail. Again, rubbing alcohol. I use it for everything. This is the one that we already put in the lamp. And we only put 2 very thin coats on it. It should come out pretty shiny. I like to wipe it 2 times, basically. When it's dry, it should not be sticky at all. It's going to be very sticky until you clean it. So that's technically done. I can leave it exactly like that and never do anything else to it. But I'm going to. Because I would like for that overlay to be a little bit thicker this time around, because I'm about to put long nails on. Though I don't think we're going to get to that part today, if I'm being honest. That's dry. Where'd my files go? There they are. Okay, so I'm going to use the fine side. And I'm just going to buff this, basically, so that the glue that was on the top, because, you know, you always end up with too much glue. But you don't want the glue on the outside of the nail. You want it on the inside where it was broke. You're gluing the 2 layers together instead of, like, gluing the edges of it together. I hope that makes sense. And then clean it with the rubbing alcohol. You see, it's a little bit shiny on the edge, but that is perfectly stuck back together. If you wanted to do even more, you could put a piece of tea bag or silk wraps on it and brush more of the glue over the top of it, let it dry, and then buff it again. But I don't need to because I'm putting this builder gel on it. So I'm gonna put my acid etch on. Nope. do it in order. I need to apply the prep and clean. This also helps me to know if there's anywhere that I've nicked myself, or if there's anywhere that I need to apply triple antibiotic ointment to afterwards, because, you know, it broke open or something. There's a lot of areas here that are not great. Like, there's edges chipped and stuff like that. But I don't care today. I just wanted this to be over with. So, the prep and clean. And the prep and clean will actually reveal to you if you did not get that glued down well. If the prep and clean slips underneath the nail, it will turn it white, and you'll know, oh, there's space underneath there. And if you can't get it to where there's not space underneath it, then you basically need to file that area off. Otherwise, you could get it infected, basically. You don't want any lifting when you apply the overlay. Letting that dry. I'm just really not here today, guys. We'll get through this together, right? Again, a very thin layer. And this is where I get impatient, because I want to put a lot of gel on and just nuke it all at once, but you will get a heat spike if you do that, and they do not feel good, honestly. So apply those layers thin, my friend. And I always try to apply the extra to the tip of the nail. And wrap the tip, then hold it upside down, because this self-levels. We go up and nuke it. This is a good time to remember that I'm not a professional. I am not teaching you how to do this. I just have to do it. So here I am. No, I've learned how to do this myself, and I'm not licensed, not educated formally, nothing like that. So please, if you want to learn from someone, let me know. I have lots of good people on YouTube and other websites that I have learned from. But a lot of what I'm doing here is part of my own personalized process, because trial and error, experimenting, being okay with having nicks in my skin and stuff, because I'm learning how to do this stuff on my own nails, and because the nicks that I cause myself hurt less than if I don't do my nails at all. And like, I'd rather not have the breakout instead of just a few nicks here and there. So another thin layer. Make sure I get that underneath the nail edge. So yeah, I'm just here to do art with you guys and chit chat about stuff. Um, I'm disabled, and art has kind of saved my life. So I talk about that kind of stuff quite a bit. But mostly I just want to show you guys that it doesn't matter where you are in life. Being creative is important, and disabilities doesn't mean you cannot. It means that you you find something that you love and you figure out how to change the environment or the tools or yourself to be able to do that thing. And here's a tip. You can't figure out what you're passionate about until you've done a few things. I feel that you have to do a large variety of things to figure out what really stirs your soul. That's just me, though. I'm going to grab a little bit more gel because this is my third layer. You can add a little bit more, but I'm going to make sure that I apply the extra to the free edge and not, I want to keep it still thin on the area that's closest to my cuticle. And I add more bulk, I guess, to the free edge and a little bit more towards the center too, because that's where I want to have kind of an apex, but I don't worry about that too much when I'm trying to hurry with my nails. Gonna let it self level. So yeah, as I was saying, I feel like it's really important to try different things and see what you like and what you don't like. For one thing, here's an example. I really thought that I would enjoy doing drywall. I don't. I really thought that I would hate doing diamond painting, but I don't. I wouldn't know that if I hadn't tried it. So yeah, I have a policy when it comes to art that I'll pretty much do anything twice, because the first time might have been a fluke. That's kind of a policy I have in life too, but there's exceptions now because I growed up and learned some things. I feel like it's just really important to take some time for yourself, especially with everything the way it is these days, and to create something. And to find happiness and joy in that, not angst and anxiety. It's really easy to feel those things when it comes to your art, because you're trying to be good, right? That's not what's important. And I would like for us to talk about those things that are important. I would like us to talk about the things that aren't important, and I would like to talk about how all of this can apply to your life. You can use your art to learn things that are applicable to life and start to create change a little bit at a time. That's one of the goals here. I may never get organized enough to do that. Alright, so that's 3 layers. I'm going to go ahead and clear the sticky off of this nail. Like I said, I like to wipe them clean twice. I clean it and I let it dry for a little bit, and then I wipe it again because I find that the inhibition layer continues to float up. So, wiping it 2 times. You know, the problem here is that that's water. Where did my rubbing alcohol go? Here it is. Oh my goodness, y'all. I was wondering why it was not coming as squeaky clean as it usually does. Let's try this again. Look, water will clean it if you're in a pinch, but really want the rubbing alcohol. There we go. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to wipe this finger and this finger. I'm going to kind of do them sort of together. So I'm rushing through this because I'm so over this right now. I still have to do all the steps though. Coffee. We will get through anything together. Me and my coffee together forever until I drink it all and then I need some more. It's one of the things that I love about doing gel manicures is that you can take this time in between curing. If you need to like step away and do something. Unlike with lacquer, don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore my lacquer polish. Especially for painting things that aren't my nails. I was really wondering, I was like, is my builder gel getting old or something? So you don't even, after you do the builder gel, you don't even have to put a top coat on if you don't want to. I do. But if I needed to stop right now and go to bed, I could. Remember that we scrubbed this gel bonder on, kind of. Make sure I get it underneath. I'm going to do it on this finger too. I'm doing these two kind of at the same time. Let the gel bonder dry. La, 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 la. So it's shiny now. That's how you know it's dry. When it turns shiny. again, we're going to do super thin coats. So I would wipe almost everything off of both sides of the brush to do this. The main thing is make sure you get it everywhere on the nail for the first coat. Like, that's the important thing. Get it everywhere because gel sticks to gel. So this first layer is kind of like your base coat instead of using a base coat. Make sure I get it on the edge. It doesn't have to be great this time around. You're just trying to make sure it's everywhere. And now, also because it's thin, I can do the other nail real quickly too. If the nail starts to flood, one, it means you probably have too much gel on there. And two, you can stick it in the machine and flash cure it for like 10 seconds. And then you can use acetone on a Q-tip to wipe out of the cuticle what flooded. I've gotten pretty good at not letting it flood. But it might start going into there. In which case I do that. That's not how you should do it if you're doing it professionally, but it's how I do it. Because my hands shake a lot, so it's just easier for me to grab my finger and use my other fingernail. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish this hand at least with just the overlay. And I'm probably gonna go after that because I'm tired. I got here, I showed up, we accomplished a lot actually. I will be back here tomorrow morning around 8:30. If I can't make it, what I will do, like, I try really hard to show up every day, but sometimes I'm just not able to. So if I can't make it, I will leave a post in the community tab. How about that? So that's a bit of a thicker coat that I just did. So I'm going to go ahead and cure that real quick. I'm just going to flash cure it. It's 15 seconds. So tomorrow we will apply the nails that we selected today. This way you'll have a chance to know what I'm doing tomorrow morning. So if you want to tune in for the application, for just the application part, that would be perfect. I forgot that I was just flash curing it. Oops. Doesn't hurt anything. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna apply these nails tomorrow. These ones right here. We'll be using a combination of adhesive tabs. These crazy little things that I learned about. We'll be using a combination of this and this brush on gel resin from IBD. And I'll show you how I make those last a really long time too. These nails that I made, they have glow in the dark features. Alright, here we go. I let that sit for a minute to cool off. You want to let it cool. That helps, believe it or not. And then I give it a quick swipe with the damp rubbing alcohol, not water bottle. Oh my goodness, if only my hip would pop. In fact, we're not even going to put on a top coat today. I'm showing y'all the super fast, lazy way. And I do this every time I'm about to start on a separate nail because I want to make sure that there's no moisture in that nail at the moment, and that there's no residue from like just skin or whatever. And this also allows me to not have anything mess up just because I touched my hair. Right. Let that dry. We're going to do the pinky first. I do them separately, but I do them together kind of quickly. Let that dry. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and cure that. We're going to flash cure it, this time for real. I don't know why that was in there. Yes, I do, because I put everything there. And thumb. Flash cure again. Okay, and now we're gonna do the thumb. I put more on there for the thumb. And just apply that at the tip. And then I push a little bit back. So I brushed what was left on the brush off, and then I'm coming back and I'm removing some of this. Alright, so we're gonna cure that fully because it's thick. At least I didn't get it so thick that it heat spiked. So I have to be careful when trying to push myself through a task that I go just a little bit further, but never too far, because if I go too far, then tomorrow I won't be getting out of bed. So we have to be careful about that. It's all about managing spoons. If you don't know what that means, I will direct you to a website called www.youdon'tlooksick.com. Or is it butyouDon'tLookSick.com? Alright. So now I just need a thin layer for each finger. Flash cure the pinky. it's difficult just to hold my arm here right now. I'm almost there. 10, 9, 8. I'm just breathing through the pain, honestly. Okay, and now we're just gonna clean all these off. I might take it to bed with me. I need to go to bed, y'all. I'm gonna take the things that I need to bed with me. That's one of the things that I do, is I make sure that my art is mobile on a basic level. And I could show you guys how I do that, actually. How about that? Let's wipe these off. I will finish my left hand in bed tonight. And then tomorrow we'll be perfectly ready to jump into application. Also, I just want you to see that you can totally like take this builder gel and you can leave it. If you don't have a top coat or you don't have time for a top coat, that's fine. Just make sure that you get all the sticky off. It's not hard to get it off. You just gotta take a few seconds. Okay. That's what we got so far. And we also got this. Just one done. And look, it looks chipped, but I don't care today. I just don't care. And that's the thing about stuff. Sometimes you have to, as a person with disabilities, decide what you actually care about and what you actually don't. What I actually care about is getting this freaking done because I need my nails to be protected, and then putting on the pretty stuff. That's what I care about. Now, there are days where I will spend a lot of time on doing everything nice and perfect, but that's when I'm in art mode with it. And it's also when I'm trying to practice something, such as intentional filing, or figuring out what I'm doing wrong with something, or experimenting if something will work out. But that was not where we're at today, right? So, let's get rid of the trash here. I like to reset my desk if I can before I leave it, because that means that I won't be as absolutely late as I might otherwise be the next morning. I really like to come to my art desk and see that it's clean and set up and ready for me to go. So this I need to take with me. I already have a spray bottle of rubbing alcohol in my room. Don't need the glue. I need this. I usually don't show y'all how I clean up, but I'm doing that today. Okay? Don't need that. We'll leave these here. Take that with me, and these pins, because I've been working on something in my room too. So, that's basically all I need to bring with me to my bed. Is the paper towels, these 3 products, and the lamp, which is portable, cordless, like it charges, and you can run it on the power cord as well. I love it. Sparkles so much, and the features on it are absolutely wonderful. Love it. And that's what we need. I'm going to show y'all the spiral I've done the past couple of days. I've been doing them kind of off camera because, well, they're inappropriate. So here's a fairly tame one. I've been working out of this one particular book. So if you've been wondering where did the spiroglyphs go, that's one. I'm working on this one right now. You know what it says. There's a few I've done. That one's pretty cool. That one was pretty cool too. Let's see, I got this one. I'm gonna cover it up real quick. You know what it says. Oops. There's that one. Little Disney villain. And that's all. But this is what I've been doing in bed when I'm in bed lately. Just been coloring spiroglyphs like a mad person. So I'm gonna finish that one tonight. This is my favorite clipboard. Oh, I need to take some more Dayquil, you guys. I didn't mean to leave that on camera the whole time. Oh, something grabbed my hair. Okay. That's everything. Okay, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. And if you're watching this video later, absolutely pop into the comment. Let me know what you think. And if you have any questions, comments, or just want to say hi, do that. That's all I got. This has been Periwinkle Palace Arts. I'm Princess Bun Bun, and me and my bunnies are gonna leave my desk now. We're going to bed, and we did art stuff here today.